2, testing 1, 2, 2. Testing 1, 2. 1, 2. Testing. Sharp. Testing 1, 2. Good. Testing 2. Good. Two, testing 4, testing 2. Good. Testing 1, 2. Testing, yes, 2, 1, 2. Good. Testing 1, 2. 2, testing good. 1, 2. Signal test 1, 2. Good. 2. Okay, 1, 2. Let's mic check 1. Yes, 1, 2. Not hearing anything. 2, 2. It's soft 2. Yes, 1, 2. Fader. 2. Are you good? Yeah, but it sounds very soft. EQ, ne? 2. 2. Yes. Level 2. Testing. Level 2. Oh, good. All right.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and joining us this afternoon. Where is it? No, morning. Where are we? Is it afternoon? Good. Thanks for joining us, and a very warm welcome to each one of you. It's been an interesting morning so far, and I hope that we can continue to stimulate some conversation and some dialogue with you going into the session this afternoon. Just one small change on the agenda, and that's that unfortunately the minister has been detained, so she cannot be here. Joined by the Acting Director General, Nonkobela, Jordan Tani, and I should at least get an applause for the... No, I'm joking. Yeah, to have her, yeah, we're engaging with her as well. Yeah, can somebody replace my mic? I'm going to need a... I can only scream if my child's in the room. No, I'm lying. I don't scream at my child. Apologies. That's a bit better. Thank you. So then we're also joined by to the ADG's side by Mr. Aldred Jordan from Govchat. He's the founder and chief executive officer of Govchat. And previous to that, he was a special advisor to the Minister of Public Enterprises, and he was also an advisory board member at Mixit. And then next to him, we are joined by Dr. Shakweni, who is works for, let me just find your very impressive introduction, Merchants SA in the GBS space. And Dr. Shakweni is the Director for Transformation at Merchants. He's got a PhD in leadership, in performance and change organizational leadership from the University of Johannesburg. He's got his Master of Administration in Higher Education and Workforce Development and Training, and he's also got a Bachelor's of Administration, in fact your honours, in Public Administration and Industrial Psychology. And then we're also joined, very welcome, with Ms. Samantha Pokroy, who's the founder and CEO of Sonari Capital, a private equity firm focused on investments in growth companies emanating from Africa, mainly focused in South Africa, with regional and global scalability and exposure. They emphasize digital and human enablement to unlock business potential. So without further ado, let me jump in. ADG, I'm going to start with you. Let me just introduce myself. My name is Juanita Clark. I'm the Chief Executive Officer and founder of an industry association called the Digital Council Africa. We're a lobby group. We work with government. We try and engage government on healthy policy frameworks and opportunities for investment in digital infrastructure. Our conversation mainly focus on fiber optic infrastructure deployment, towers, and data centers, a space which has seen significant growth, especially since the onset of the pandemic. So welcome everyone, and thank you for joining us. ADG, I'm going to start with Hugh. This is a drum that we bang as an industry association. We always talk about the digital economy, the tremendous opportunities that we believe the digital economy offers, especially with regards to job creation. And we've seen a change in leadership recently within the DCDT. And I think what I'm wondering is whether there are some newer priorities, have some stuff moved onto the background, or have some stuff been elevated? Can you give us a little bit of feedback just on sort of the direction that the DCDT is looking to go in the next year or so?
I hope you can hear. Yes. A very good afternoon. Juanita has already introduced me. We've known each other for quite some time, and also Eldred, and pleasure to meet also the other panel members. Well, the easier part of your question is, I think as government, we had a medium-term strategic framework of government, and so the priorities that are there still in terms of our top priority. Certainly it's about infrastructure rollout, and we've seen that under COVID. I mean, it has become dire. So the targets that we have set, instead of us trying to achieve it within a 5-year period, it's about fast tracking, because we can't have anyone left behind. We've got to make sure that we've connect communities. We've got to make sure that there is infrastructure available in terms of broadband connectivity to everyone in South Africa. Certainly we would want to make sure that is also affordable, but accessibility remains our priority. And I think hence we and the leadership that came in now, the minister and the deputy minister having joined in August, but it has been the priority from beginning of last year, has been then the release of spectrum, the high demand spectrum. We are quite behind with that, because that was released at the 2015 round in terms of the ITU. And now we also had ITU 2019, where then we also have then the 4G spectrum that we also want in terms of 5G services as well, that we also need to make sure that we release. So outside of then infrastructure, digital infrastructure rollout, certainly then what is key is connecting government, connecting communities, and also then ensuring communities are, we've got 80% broadband access by 2024. And so that then required for us to relook in terms of the execution and the pace. So we, with the leadership of the minister, we went back to cabinet, having consulted with a number of industry players in as far as how do we accelerate the SA Connect broadband policy of the country, or broadband access. And fortunately, cabinet has given us then the go-ahead in terms of the revised model. And certainly in the revised model, so it's a 3-pronged approach, and we said, so we're tackling the issue in terms of government, sites being connected, and that we're happy that through the spectrum auction now, that is going to, it's under the social obligations of the mobile operators. So they basically need to connect the 44,000 plus government sites under education, health, public facilities such as your police, as well as even traditional leaders, because we see them as also a critical component in terms of government face. And then the second part is obviously maintaining those services. But the most critical one that is now key, which we have not paid attention to before, but the likes of your sectors have been in terms of the Digital Council and other players in the ecosystem, has been how do we make sure that there is actual accessibility beyond government office hours? So how are the communities being connected? If we are going to go into another lockdown of COVID, how do we make sure that the children still are able to connect and receive education? So we have to make sure that we have to then bring in the connectivity to communities. So we're going to be working with a number of new players, well, not necessarily new players in as far as partnership with government. That is basically your ISPs, your wireless access service providers, your mobile virtual network operators, and other SMMEs who are basically providing infrastructure connectivity in the space. So that then has been our priority, but obviously linked to that, and I think the elephant in the room has been the migration, the broadcasting digital migration, which we are intending to complete by the end of this month in order to be able to free up that spectrum. There are a number of other programs. Maybe I could come back after giving the other panel members an opportunity. But for us is to say, if you're going to grow the digital economy in the country, you most certainly, we've seen in others, you've got to have a social partnership with a number of other key stakeholders. So we're going big in terms of the tech industry. We'd like to promote more proudly South African goods. We would like to also be competitive in the space of South Africa. So we want to be able to say these in terms of the tech industry, but also in terms of your also software applications, the manufacturing, we're able to produce more local products to service the rest of the continent, but also to service ourselves, especially, as I said, when I talked about these other programs. If you're going to be connecting homes and whatever not, we want to make sure that those are. And then lastly for us is the issue of data. That is also, it's becoming more and more critical in terms of data sovereignty, so we're looking in terms of an enabling policy environment for that. But before, as I conclude, the most critical thing is that we are going to be coming up with a digital economy plan for the country in terms of these ambitious plans for 2030 as well as 2050. So we're looking forward to engagement with wider industry players as we shape that particular plan. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, ADG, for that feedback. Mr. Jordan, I'm going to go straight to you. And I just, for the colleagues in the room who doesn't know what Govchat is, will you just give us a brief overview? I know it's got a little bit of media coverage lately. So, yeah, if you want to introduce what Govchat does and your role.
Thank you. So basically what Govchat is, it's the official citizen engagement platform for the South African government, enabling South African citizens to engage with government around local government issues, service delivery issues, but also enabling government to really understand where these pain points are in real time from a data point of view. We've seen Govchat really do well during COVID. We believe that COVID-19 has definitely been a blessing to the ICT sector, purely because it showed at scale that technology is an enabler during a very difficult period. We saw during COVID, Govchat helped South African citizens and the South African government with the social relief of distress grant, that 350 Rand grant. We saw about 13.5 million South Africans apply for that grant without needing to stand in a queue. Now that's a game changer when it comes to digitizing the public sector. Also, in partnership with the Department of Health, we were able to have citizens obtain their COVID-19 test results, whether you were using public healthcare going to Barra or Tygerberg Hospital, or whether you have private healthcare using Ampath or Pathcare, you'd be able to get those COVID-19 test results through the Govchat platform. Again, I think that the social compact, this partnership between the private sector and the public sector, showed what is possible through a time that we didn't plan for, which is this COVID-19 era. And I think that we can definitely learn from that, and going forward, it is something that we must take forward, because now we can do this at scale. What we have done for the Department of Social Development and SASSA as well, we can do for the Department of Home Affairs with those long queues, for the department or the traffic department as well. Digitization is the way to go. I'm sure that my government partners, colleagues, would agree with me that it has definitely made it easier to interact with South African citizens, and we hope that we can continue that work in partnership with the South African government.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. I'm going to now move over to Dr. Shikweni. Dr. Shikweni, so in 2021, South Africa was the outsourced destination of choice. It was announced. Phenomenal feat for South Africa as a country to, lift that flag and to be able to put that behind them. You're an expert in the sector, and it's said to be one of the sectors that can massively contribute to job creation in South Africa. Why is that?
Look, thank you. So the Global Business Services, or BPO, which is business process outsourcing, it's one of the fastest, growing sectors of the economy in the country. And it's true, we are enjoying a number one status in terms of being the offshore destination of choice for a number of reasons. And I think what we do well is the fact that we are able to, through outbound missions and, initiatives of this nature, go out of the country and solicit work which otherwise would not have landed into the country. And I think through, our operational excellence and our resilience, which was best demonstrated during the COVID-19, pandemic, we demonstrated that we have, what it takes. We demonstrated that we've got the resilience, which is required for us to enable business continuity. But I think one thing which is, interesting is the fact that our sector is people intensive, and as such, stimulating job creation becomes, much easier if it's coupled with, the investment which we attract from, offshore. And the one area which we do well is to collaborate with like-minded, parties. We collaborate well with, the government. We collaborate with organized labor and social partners. And last year, it culminated into the Gbs Master Plan, which is a 2030 look-ahead strategy, particularly focusing on 4 areas. Number one is to stimulate the demand, or further stimulate the demand. And I can give you an example. Over the last 5 years, the sector has experienced significant growth, adding about 60,000 new opportunities, into the economy in terms of jobs. That's one area which we continue to intensify in terms of, stimulating the demand. The second area is in terms of focusing on, the supply side, and ensuring that we are ready, as we attract more and more opportunities. How ready are we in terms of, the skills and the competencies to deliver, on the work which land, into the country? And that we've been able to, best demonstrate, and we continue to forge ahead in terms of plans and strategies to ensure continuity in that space. The other area is the sector transformation, which is quite imperative, obviously, in the SA context, but also, it's a global phenomenon, we understand. And that is more in terms of ensuring that, there's inclusive growth, and we open up to, entrepreneurship, among others. And the last part is around, sustainability. Sustainability in its broad terms, but also ensuring that from infrastructure point of view, connectivity, we are well enabled, to deliver the services required. And I think most important as well is the fact that if you look at the nature of, our work, we are able to attract people with, just matric, people with little or no experience at all, and the speed to competency gets to be, quickened, and we are able to place, these candidates into meaningful opportunities in our sector. And I think it's one of those sectors which, if, it can be prioritized, as with, the reforms which are currently underway from government perspective, we can see much more significant growth. I made reference to the Gbs Master Plan, and one of the aspirational targets which we've set for ourselves is to create between 300 to 500,000 jobs by 2030. Thanks.
That's very ambitious, and but I've got no doubt that I was privileged to participate in some, parts of the Gbs Master Plan, leading the connectivity component of that. And I must say the commitment from the colleagues that were involved in that plan was really commendable. The amount of time that the sector put in, came together, was really phenomenal to be a part of. But I'm going to move now on, Sam, to you. You've been investing in technology-related investments for more than 15 years now. Looking back at these investments that you've made, what's changed? What stayed the same? You might have a button.
Hi. Hi. No? Hi.
Still.
Hi, good afternoon. Yes, once upon a time I was the youngest in the room, and now I get to be the designated grey hair in the room, particularly in our industry, where, investing in technology, obviously from a VC perspective, there's always been investment in technology on a global platform, but it's really changed very dramatically since I returned to South Africa. I was in the US, and I came back to South Africa just over 15 years ago. And much to my horror, I joined a firm called Ethos Private Equity. It was mostly a late-stage investment firm, so not venture capital. And to my horror, they stuck me in the technology fund. And I say to my horror because I knew nothing about technology. For me, technology was very much a vertical. It was a specialist industry. You needed to understand tech. You needed to be technical. And I considered myself at best a late adopter. Okay, so here I was, sitting in this very specialized fund. There were many things that I'm very delighted to be able to share have changed since those younger days. But at the time, there were very few technology investors in our country, which made it very difficult to invest because technology investing certainly is regarded as higher risk investment. I'd actually argue against that now, but there's certainly that narrative. But also, and then having few players meant that there was not a lot of risk that you could share. There was also very few investment opportunities. So the actual pool of technology-related entrepreneurs was very small. And probably the most important thing was that there were very few exits. Okay, now what does an exit mean? So we're private equity investors. It means that we buy into a company and then eventually we sell out of a company. And as not fun as it is to sell out of a company, especially ones that you really like, the importance for our investors is to understand what is the investment case, right? So it's really hard to show the investment case of why it is such a good idea to invest in technology in South Africa if you cannot show that there's an eventual attractive investment outcome. So when I started in this industry, there was just none of that, right? So fast forward 15 years, I am so excited. And I mean, yes, it's bizarre that this is happening. It's bizarre, and yet it's not bizarre. And we were busy talking about this beforehand. COVID for the ICT space and everything to do with connectivity and digital, it didn't disrupt, it accelerated. Okay, so we've actually had a tremendous period of activity, a very positive activity, not only in investments, so across the continent, almost $5 billion was invested last year, which was more than double the previous year, which was more than double the previous year, and so it goes on. In the South African market, and the SAVCA CEO, the Private Equity and Venture Capital Association CEO, is here today, so anyone can go and ask her for all of the data around this. Our VC community has delivered investments in the past 5 years of around about 5 billion rand, which is 5 times what it was in the previous 5 years. Okay, so the investment activity is tremendous, but what I think gets really exciting, particularly for the investors in the room, trying to get to their heads around, can we get really internationally competitive returns in the technology and digital space in South Africa? Well, at the beginning of the investment in action video that they showed earlier today, they spoke about a company called Terraco. So I looked at Terraco 15 years ago when I was nice and young, and wish I had invested in that. That has been through one venture capital firm and 2 private equity firms, including US investors. This year, this past year, they raised more capital, and they did a deal that basically valued them at 55 billion rand, okay? Now, 15 years ago, they put it like about, I don't know, it's not a public number, so, but it's on the order of magnitude of 100 million rand. And that grew to 55 billion. That's over 50% return per annum for 15 years, all right? You can definitely make highly, highly attractive outcomes, investment outcomes in the technology space. So that's the exciting part. I am going to use this forum, because I can, to tell you that there is one thing that hasn't changed, and which I've been fighting for, and anyone who's in the room who I've been fighting with, sorry. For 15 years, we've been facing certain challenges around the internationalization of these amazing technology businesses. So ADG, why is it? And so I'm hoping that straight after you sort out all of these like pressing matters, that we can have a chat and you can kind of nudge some of your other colleagues. We have amazing technology, and perhaps we can mention a few examples in case. Amazing, proudly South African technologies that not only have regional access and potential, but compete on an absolute global platform. And we need to unlock some exchange control limitations to get there.
Thank you, Sam, for that. Yeah, that's really valuable. ADG, so I think with that, I'm going to go to you and ask, I think the president said in his SONA earlier this year that 80% of the jobs that will be created by private sector. It looks like there's a massive shift in, and I say this with respect, in government's attitude towards doing business with private sector and enabling private sector. We're certainly seeing it through some of the work that's being done at Operation Vulindlela level. The presidency is working really hard at unlocking some of the prohibitive issues that sectors have faced historically. Is that, can I say that that is true for the current administration as well?
It is. Thanks. Most certainly. I think it's evident. You saw in terms of investment from the private sector, in terms of our space. Just today, I was just looking, and that's the beauty about what you just said. We no longer it's just vertical, but we're also going in terms of supporting other industries as well. So it's coming bland as to where you stop and where you claim. So you've got your OTT platforms, and you've also got, in terms of the mining, I think there's certainly opportunities in the next couple of years where other industries are also going to probably see much more productivity thanks to the ICTs. But for us, as I indicated, so the number of programs, I think we've taken a revised approach in as far as the execution. Certainly, we still work with our state-owned entities because we've done much investment, and there's a lot of talent and capabilities there. But we've just said that in order for us to go that much further, certainly the role of the private sector is very key for us. So in this collaboration, so if you're talking about in terms of infrastructure, it is. We'll see more boom and more emerging players in the broadcasting space in the next couple of years in terms of the revised plans that we have. We're also going to see a lot of more other players as well within the digital economy, especially your platform industries as well, that we would be working with both software applications as well as others. And then in the areas of the other one that we, in terms of fintech as well as the cybersecurity area as well, that's also very key, because what is also important is to continuously stimulate the market in order to have more proudly South African products. And because they're more applicable in terms of our challenges that we have. So if you're going to go and look for solutions, in as far as the issues of agriculture, in terms of our environment, you would want to make sure that you come up with a startup that can support that. If you're looking in terms of your financing or banking industry, just now that we're talking about how do we make it more, the financial industry more inclusive, irrespective of class in South Africa. And you've got so many innovators in the space who are then saying this is a solution. There's an app that is inclusive, that talks to the various banks as well in the country, etc. So there's a lot of opportunities, and what we are planning on doing, and we've already started, we've got a Digitech application where we're encouraging all your SMMEs, your startups, your innovators to actually go and load your ideas there. And we're encouraging, starting with government, to then say, go in there and use solutions. And we want to set a particular target to then say maybe 100 starting off in terms of solutions, and we also want to encourage the private sector to do the same as well. Just very quickly, just to say to Sam as well, the issue with regards to investment, that's one of the areas that we're in terms of investing in SMMEs as well as startup, that's one of the 5 areas that we are looking at in terms of our revised strategy, in terms of the digital economy plan. So the talent, it's very key, and we're definitely chasing that. Thanks.
Thanks, TG. Aldrin, I'm going to throw you in front of the bus a little bit. And so your app has made some headlines more recently. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that? And I think Sam sort of mentioned, like, and there's like a little dotted line between, companies grow and then they get bought by the big US, US dollar firms, and a lot of that disappears. But you're taking on a big one here.
I was waiting for that question. So I guess in November 2020, one of our partners, which is Facebook, we use the WhatsApp business API that enables us to speak to millions of South Africans, threatened to offboard Govchat. They allege that we have broken their terms of use or their terms of service. We disagree and applied for an interdict with the competition tribunal, and was one of the very first to obtain that. And the tribunal then referred the matter to the Competition Commission for investigation, and then would come back with a finding. After close to 2 years, just last week, the Competition Commission found that WhatsApp and Facebook had abused their market dominance. 1, 2, that their terms of use was anti-competitive, and slapped a fine and referred that matter back to the tribunal, wanting to issue for prosecution 10% of their turnover collectively on WhatsApp and Facebook. We are talking about 300-400 billion rand, which would come to the South African fiscus when that matter sits in front of the tribunal. This is concerning because it is really upsetting around just the conduct in which WhatsApp and Facebook decide to apply their rules very inconsistently to some. Like Govchat, they would apply it very differently to the other partners. And we hope that a massive platform like WhatsApp and Facebook that literally controls about 3.6 billion citizens' data around the world, that they would use those platforms responsibly. Now, this is nothing new. The fine that we see in South Africa is just from a South African context. Just last week, the European Union slapped a fine of them for breaching data laws to the tune of 19 million euros. That's the European Union. Their own government is taking them on. About 46 attorney generals has combined a lawsuit similar to what Govchat has done and has decided to take them on as well. So this is nothing new. I'm just happy and again very honored that we can continue serving the people of this country and our government, because the Competition Commission found it that Govchat is an essential service, enabling South African citizens really to engage with government and government really to understand where these pain points are. I will say that this is a battle for the control of data. Obviously, WhatsApp and Facebook has tried to go directly to the South African government to engage with them at the exclusion of Govchat, and various government departments had rejected that offer purely because Govchat is a co-created platform, co-created with the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, the Department of Health, SASSA, and the Department of Social Development. More importantly, just last year, I think in October, Govchat decided to partner with the UN. So the UN in South Africa now uses Govchat to help strengthen the work that they are doing with the South African government. As I said, I really hope that we can continue this important work. This work has now gone global. We have received requests from governments in the UK, in Ireland, and in the Middle East to have Govchat in those territories. And so we are really excited for something that has started on the Cape Flats, something that has started in South Africa as a local platform can now go over to various parts of the world, ensuring that we hold governments accountable no matter where they are. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, good luck. I don't even want to know what your stress levels are like when you, and it's a pity for me because, big business does so much good in the country and, globally. We can't survive without big business. Certainly in the telco sector, globally the telco space is governed by 2 or 3 players in country. That's just the way that it's done. But one has to make sure that, that they don't become bullies and that they are managed and that it's, well governed. Dr. Shikweni, there's been a big global shift in the way that companies employ and work from home has become like a really big thing for the GBS sector and the BPO sector. Do you foresee that that's something that's going to stay like that? We've recently seen that Amazon advertised for positions in South Africa with one criterion, that is that the employee has to have a fiber connection. Do you think that it's sustainable and that we'll see a greater demand for fiber services and that companies will continue to encourage work from home opportunities, or do you think that we'll go back to the traditional model of organizations working in buildings?
Look, I think it's an interesting one because obviously COVID has triggered the acceleration of work from home. And my view is that it's more aligning to how the future will look like. We talk the 4th industrial revolution, among others. And I think, more and more of our clients in our space, are asking for hybrid models in terms of, the work approaches. And it's for continuity, among others. It's to ensure that, we can be able to operate even in difficult circumstances. We know we're coming from COVID, and I've indicated that we've best demonstrated, resilience in that space. So if you ask me, is it here to stay? I'll definitely say yes. But we're likely to see more of a hybrid model in terms of, the work from home compared to, or combined with, obviously work from office on some of the roles which it might prove to be difficult for people to operate remotely. But I think there are other challenges which we need to overcome to get it right. Technological divide is still a reality in the country, some parts of the world. But it's quite exciting to learn, that there's concerted effort in terms of addressing those issues, including, focusing on, townships and rural areas, which will see us, expanding, the work from home to those areas where currently connectivity is being compromised. There's a concept of impact sourcing, as well. You can look at it from, supply perspectives, you can look at it from, talent perspective as well. That can be better enabled if, our level of connectivity in townships and in rural areas, it's enabled. And just for your information, by the way, just last month, we've been named we've been awarded as an industry association, Business Process Enabling South Africa, as the impact sourcing influencer, of the year by the International Association of Outsourcing Professionals. So, which demonstrate that, there's great work which we are doing in that space, and, we'll continue to do so.
Congratulations, yeah, well done. Sam, before we're going to go to the floor for some questions, so if you've got a question, you're happy to raise your hand and we'll see if we can get a mic to you. But while everybody's thinking on some difficult questions they want to ask, digital and tech are known to be good investment areas. It's scalable, but are you not limited in how you compete by the size of the market that you operate in? Do you think SA tech businesses compete on a global platform? And where do you see investment return opportunities in the digital space, particularly in South Africa?
So, Juanita, I think we can always start with the area that you play in, which is very much the digital infrastructure space. And I think that, there's both a return and an investment case that can be had there. But there's also very much this, both the economic and the social and developmental side of what needs to take place because of this digital divide. We know that COVID has really radically changed and accelerated the opportunity of technology to work from home, to study from home, etc. But it's also actually radically enhanced the inequalities. And so because we're coming off a low base, there's a tremendous investment opportunity in the digital infrastructure space. But I think there are two other areas which I think it's an important question and it's an important thing to understand. So most of the big companies that you're seeing at the moment raising large amounts of capital, they're focusing on the local market, right? But it's not just the South African market, it's South African tech, but it's not necessarily serving only a South African base. It's kind of a regional play, and there's tremendous. So there's a lot of fintech opportunities out there at the moment that have really attracted tremendous local and global attention. So there's definitely an investment case to be had there. And I think that one of the things that's exciting is we're solving very much a local problem or challenge in doing that. I think this speaks very much to your business. And those local challenges then become, like Adrian Gore was saying this morning, applicable in other markets. So I think that there's an opportunity to take these opportunities. In our portfolio, we've got an investment in an insurtech company that enables smart homes. But it's not smart homes like, oh, that's cool, that's sexy, we can turn on our kettle, from our phone. It's like, how do you manage your insurance risk? How do you manage your energy consumption in your home? How do you manage the costs of your household? Now, these are things that are not only, again, attractive investment opportunities, but they actually translate into what we would call more inclusive innovation, right? The benefits are being delivered to the consumer who's able to manage their costs, their risks, their impact on climate change. So there's also that opportunity. But then, and I must tell you, so Juanita, you mentioned that Sonari invests in companies with regional and global scalability. Now, when we were busy defining our investment focus, we thought, well, how many South African businesses are we going to find with this global scalability? Can we build a whole business around it? And I've got to tell you, there's a lot out there, okay? And it's not only in digital tech, but it's in construction technology, it's in certain food technologies. There's a whole lot of globally scalable businesses that are born and raised in our backyard. And I'll give you one example. So my analyst picked up this opportunity a couple of years ago, and he says, this sounds quite interesting. It's this LiDAR thing, okay? And I'm not sure how many people here knows or knew back then what LiDAR was. I didn't. But it's basically like radar or sonar, but using light signals, right? So it tells distance, but it tells distance with precision. So it sounds pretty cool, and it's become all the rage because of driverless cars, right? So there's this little LiDAR company in Centurion. Let's go visit it. And we get there, and I think to myself, oh my God, there's like this tiny little office. We're definitely in the wrong place. This can't possibly be global competitive technology. And within minutes of meeting the management team, we realized that, I realized I was wrong. My analyst was right. They manufacture from South Africa, they have developed and manufacture and distribute worldwide the world's smallest and lightest LiDAR sensor. Okay, it's a company called Lightware. They service players like Amazon. So what's the best application for these little tiny, what we call them is eyes for machines? Because I don't know if you ever thought about it, but machines can't actually see. You've got to give them eyes. So these are little eyes for machines. And because they're so small and so light, they enable, in particular, one of the applications is drone technology. So delivery drones will use these little sensors to be able to navigate safely as they fly. So these are, and there are many more such examples, and I think that that is one of the interesting and exciting opportunities.
Thank you. Thanks, Sam. I don't know if there's any comments from the floor or a question to one of the speakers. Jack, do you want to run? Mark? Yeah, I think. Here we go. There's one coming. And introduce yourself, please. And there we go.
My name is Hans Peters. I'm the ambassador of the Netherlands to South Africa. 60% of the jobs of the future, 60% of the jobs of the future don't exist yet. So a huge challenge for all of us, for all our education system, is to how to prepare the young people for jobs that are not existing yet. So we need to provide them with digital skills, with social skills. But our education systems seem very slow to react. If you look at, I think, the class of 2009 who ended into grade 1, I think only a couple of percent passed matric with math over 60%. And I think that's concerning. So what can be done to equip the youth with the necessary skills for the future? Thanks.
Thank you, Ambassador. Mr. Kosev?
It's fine. So am I using my Shakespeare voice? Just stop. Thanks. So Jack Kosev, County Provincial Government. I'm my son's the Deputy Head of our Economic War Room. So Samantha, this one's for you. There's obviously a great deal of hype and not a lot of clarity about what Web3 is or isn't going to do to the sector. So I suppose my slightly more specific question in that framework is, do we have, in your view, the kind of South African tech offerings that can really dominate decentralized finance, that can dominate this new universe of distributed autonomous organizations? Because most of what Silicon Valley is preaching about as inclusive finance would be much more applicable on our continent, both here and across the African market. So I'm just curious, as a kind of person leading the kind of VC charge in this area, do you see us leading in that zone, and which parts of it, do you think we have standing in? Thanks.
Sam, you go first. Then we'll go to the ambassadors.
All right, I'll just try to repeat the question for everyone who is further back. And I'll do a shorter version, which was basically in this new world of particularly distributed ledgers and finance and Web 3.0. To what extent can the South African tech industry dominate? Okay, and I think that's you know, my answer will be less specific than I'm fairly certain you'd like, and I need to point you in the direction of some more specialized, you know, distributed finance investors. But I think that it really speaks to, the answer is, do we have it? Yes, okay. Do we nurture it? Do we, you know, support it in a way? And the thing is, one of the coolest things about, like, entrepreneurs, okay? You could throw a lot in front of them, and they will find a way, okay? It's kind of like COVID, you know? Our loan guarantee system took a long time to kind of get going, all the rest of it. By the time it kind of got going, it was kind of like, well, the entrepreneurs had found a plan. Or it wasn't a good plan. We could have done much better, but they found a plan. So those opportunities will surface, and we will have some players rising up through the ranks. But I think that without, number one, taking obstacles out the way. Okay, it's not about supporting entrepreneurs, it's about taking the obstacles out the way, right? But with the support, the nurturing, the encouragement, removing obstacles, you will find that there will be more and more players surfacing in that particular space. And yeah, I mean, I think your question is interesting, and I don't know the answer around, you know, the applicability of that in our markets. But yeah, you know, the way we've seen fintech taking off, okay, and the application of that, you know, I do worry a little bit that it's a bit overpriced in our market. But I do think that it is the front runner to the areas that you are talking about.
Thanks, Sam. And then I think I also want to jump in on what the ambassador was saying around skills. It's a big problem. I mean, it's a very big problem. And we should be incredibly scared, because we can have all the investment in the world. We can have, you know, everybody can come to us. If we haven't got the skills that can carry this over the line, we are still going to be absolutely nowhere. And it's something that we have to nurture from a really young age. In our children, you know, I mean, we know kids haven't got, if kids are not scared of technology, I mean, how many of your children fix your phone when you've gone somewhere or done something? Kids just, like, they come out and they've got a device in their hand and they want to embrace technology. So I think that it is a big concern. There's a lot of work that's being done, but I don't think it's done at grassroots level. So we need to raise digital natives. We mustn't wait until they finish school and then retrospectively try and introduce digital skills. We need to come through, you know, school. I always say that coding is a language. You program in a language. Should we not be teaching a different language or a third language at school? It's another language, but it's the language of the future. Well, it's the language of today that everybody's talking. So I think it's critically important that we focus on skill. There's a lot of good work that's being done through organizations like Arumbi, the MICT CETA, you know, that we work with is doing really good work. But it always feels to me like we're reactive in our approach to skills development. In closing, ADG, I'm going to hand this over to you, and then I'm going to thank my speakers, because I believe that there's some grub upstairs.
Yeah. Thanks. I also wanted to jump in on the issue raised by Ambassador of Netherlands. Look, we've recognized that there is a challenge. So we have introduced coding in schools, but you would find that it's being done with an exception of obviously private schools, but in terms of public schools, it's done from grade 8, etc., and that's rather late. So the minister is engaging the Minister of Basic Education in as far as introducing this not as an extracurricular activity, but as one of the main subjects. So that's very key. That's the one. The second issue with regards to the enabling environment that Sam talked about, you know, most certainly, yes, more needs to be done by government and a much more coordinated effort, because it's not about the lack of the talent and entrepreneurship as well as innovative solutions, real solutions. The big challenge has been that we have not been deliberate in as far as assisting these startups as well as the entrepreneurs. We've got to protect the IP. You know, it's so much easier. I don't know whether it's maybe still partly poverty mentality. We sell it to the highest bidder, and South African ideas are all over the globe, technically, and I don't want to start mentioning them, but we all know them, and we would want them to come back home while they're busy building big enterprises elsewhere. But that, for us, is to say, outside of the two gentlemen and many others across the globe, we know that we've got many other talents in South Africa, and we've got to harness that as well. So I think going forward, you will see much more deliberate efforts in as far as tagging them along. And when we do, I think it's to say we would harness and nurture them for a 2-3 year, and then bring in the next group of people. And for us to say as government, we're now open to say, if you have that innovative idea from the platform that we've created, and also in terms of our doors, come and let us know, and tell us what it is that you need. You know, what we can do is certainly create that environment to then say, department so-and-so, or municipality so-and-so, and whatever, you know, to go and pilot this with the support of government in order to give, you know, justification in terms of what it is, and then to showcase it to the rest of the world. Just lastly, Juanita, you would know, you know, the last couple of years, we've done this in small bits, whether it's going to be the DTIC taking out expos, or even us in the ICT, the Department of Communications, taking people to the ITU, telecoms world. And we always come back with awards. Most innovative for the last 3 years has been coming to South Africa. So that is an indication that we do have that talent. And again, lastly, from our side, the plan that we are coming up with is going to be very much more deliberate with set targets as well. So I'm looking forward to what's coming.
Thank you, ADG, and we certainly look forward to working with you and see how we can help pull those things over the line. I must say this administration has done phenomenally well. Congratulations. I think we can do a round of applause. Spectrum, digital migration. So things are really, really happening. There's a lot of bullish attitudes in the sector. We're expecting a lot of investment on the back of the spectrum that's been allocated. We're really excited about the market. And I want to thank every one of you for giving up your time to come and listen to us. And there's some food being served on level 5, if I'm right. And lunch ends at 1:45, so you'll have to be back in the room. So run, push in front, you know. It's no, don't. Please don't. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for joining us, and have a wonderful rest of the day.
on now? All right, here we go.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Yes.
So we had what do they have this IDP thing? And so we put together a panel, but people just sit like this, right? There's nothing like this. There's no stage or anything like that. So a panelist gets called, they get up from to the back.
1, 2.
Yeah, we can start. Hello, Anita. No, she's the moderator, the doctor.
All right, guys. So we're sitting at 1:50.
Yeah, sure.
Did everybody have a great time?
So you're cutting our time short? You've reduced the time for our participation?
I'm actually just giving you the challenge to get right to the pitch.
Okay, because I came all the way from Swaziland for this panel, and now you...
If you want to stay longer, I'll take your trip back home.
Yeah, so absolutely, yeah. I think... Oh. Oh, is that protocol? I saw Blades Monday. Why did you start before? Oh, okay. There are 9 million people.
Colleagues, we're starting. Good afternoon. The conference organizers have just been saying to me we have exactly 40 minutes. The conference is running late. As we welcome Minister Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, and thank her that we were able to have this session of focusing on local investments. Usually we talk at a national level, but everything lands in a space spatially. Thank you very much, Minister, and welcome. And indeed, it's afternoon. Good afternoon to the panelists and participants. This session will be looking at local development, social compacts to support investment at district level. And I hope that you'll be able to reflect the outcome of the morning sessions in this session as well. I'll be the moderator for this afternoon, and my name is Gwen Ramukhupa. And on my panel, I have very esteemed members here, leaders in their own rights, and the first that I would like to present and also appreciate the efforts for having this session in the SA Investment Conference is Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, who is now the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in South Africa, but has also occupied other portfolios in the past. And she is the first and ever woman AU Commission chairperson,
and so many other accolades. She will be taking us through the whole concept of investing at the district or local level. It's a concept that is also used quite extensively to try and get us to achieve the UN SDGs 2030. Thank you very much, Minister, for agreeing to be with us. We also have Daniel Ngwepe, also a well-accomplished leader with extensive background, over 25 years working in both public and private sectors, and also having built a record reputation of achievements in various areas, technology, mining, and others. He also now is part of what we call the PPGI, the Public-Private Growth Initiative, a partnership with government and society, and is focused on the Waterberg district development pilot site for the district development. Another accomplished panelist, I was just looking at his motto. He says, don't go with the flow, be the flow yourself. Yusuf Patel, who is a professional planner and also quite extensive experience in planning, having been also in government and in private sector, having managed big projects, mega projects, and including contributing to the National Spatial Development Framework and the act thereof. He is also involved in the district development model, but more in the coastal area at eThekwini, whereas Daniel is more inland in Waterberg. So that experience would enrich our discussions today. And another accomplished panelist, Namhla Mniki. Namhla Mniki is a co-chair of the Women Economic Assembly in South Africa. And she is a gender specialist, not only activists like us, but she's also a specialist and is a technical lead on the Generation Equality Program of the UN in South Africa for women economic empowerment. She's quite extensively experienced also in the public-private sector, and she also is a development economist. Having said so, colleagues, panelists, and also esteemed participants, our country has quite a number of stubborn problems that need fixing. And the more we, like other countries that have experienced these difficulties that have turned them around, they've also made sure that there are local collaborative efforts that complements national efforts. There are economic endowments in various districts of our country. There's a lot of research around that. And these present a window of opportunity for investment and indeed social compacts. Already work has been done in a number of these areas. You'll hear from the panels. And therefore the national spatial action areas are already identified, so investors would be able to leverage this work that has been done so far. The Department of Monitoring and Evaluation has also done a case study last year on special economic zones and industrial parks in the country, and reflecting the voice of investors, of tenants, and of management. And indeed, we can say in summary, the emphasis is on the need to localize the national compacts that are there, and especially in dealing with structural barriers in the network industries. Having said so, it is indeed my pleasure and privilege to say many studies have indicated that progress is made when everyone is involved, and when the communities are also involved, you leave no one behind, and it becomes a win-win situation. Back to my panelists. I want to hand over to our minister, Minister Dlamini Zuma, to just take us through the work she's doing on, looking at districts or local economic development and development in general from a different perspective that gives hope. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible. Thank you very much, Dr. Ramkhupa. And welcome to all of you. I see some of the ministers are here, but hopefully there are lots of investors here as well. What government has decided to do is to go according to what the Constitution says, because the Constitution says the services must be delivered at a local level in a sustainable manner. There must be socio-economic development, and this responsibility is given to local government. But it also says that the national government and the provincial government must support and strengthen local government so that it can fulfill its responsibilities. So government then said, okay, how do we do this? And also, the Constitution says we must cooperate. There is one government in South Africa with 3 spheres. But it says these 3 spheres must cooperate. So we have looked at how can we put all these pieces of what the Constitution says together in action. So we, as a government, decided that we are going to approach our work in the district development model, where we want to open up the silos, because in government, anyone who's worked in government will know that there are silos between departments. Sometimes there are silos within a department. Then the silos, horizontal silos, we want to break, work together, all departments working and saying what they are doing in each district. And then also the vertical silos, national, provincial, and the district. When we get to the district, we then say, okay, here is a district, we profile it, who lives here, what is their education level, what are the business opportunities. Then we say, okay, what is this place endowed with? What are the endowment of this place? What is the comparative advantage of this place? And therefore, what would be the industrial structure based on the endowments of the place? Now, we piloted this, and I'm glad there's a Tegwini, there's Waterberg, even though coming from a business side. But then we then said, no, it can't just be government alone. We need to bring everyone on board, all the stakeholders, business, traditional leaders, NGOs, youth, women, everyone who lives around there, and others coming from outside to invest. So we then said we'll have a district development forums. And I won't go into detail about that because Mr. Ngwe is going to be saying Waterberg is one of our pilots. So we were working with PPGI in my previous life. So they said, okay, we'll come and partner with you because business is also part of the district development model. So he will talk more about Waterberg and what business is doing there, so that at least even the business people can get comfort that already business people are involved. But what I want to put a lot of emphasis on, where we also say it's the district development in action. We've identified 4 districts. 3 of them are amongst the poorest districts in the country. O.R. Tambo, Alfred Nzo, Herikwala, and Oku district. Those 4, they were now in the process of declaring them as a development region. And so we're going to talk about that because it's really DDM in action as well. And Mr. Lubabalo is going to give us a presentation. He's an engineer. He works with us in COGTA, in the MISA section, and they are leading this process. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Over to you.
Good afternoon to the esteemed guests that we have, our ministers, the private sector, and all other partners. We'll fly through the presentation quite quickly, as the minister has touched on quite a lot of facets that we would want to cover. I think there was a lot said this morning about narrative and perspective and how we view our country and why we want to see it move forward. There's a quote by Dr. Pixley on a brighter day rising upon Africa, and we see the district development model as an articulation, or rather giving us a practical means for moving forward towards that brighter day through these compacts and working collaboratively, not only as government, but all of our partners that can move us forward as a country. There's the district development model objectives. One of the things we picked up as a department in the work that we're doing was that there's quite an outcry or a request from municipalities that are saying, can you please help us to see what this district development model looks like when it's actually being implemented? And as the minister said, this is what we're doing through this project, because there's many ways of support. You can support through enabling policy and legislation, adding resources, but another way of meaningful support that we're piloting as government is doing with local government, such that as we do our work at national, we also have an appreciation of the challenges and the intricacies of doing development at a local government level. So in all of these, I would say the most important here is maximizing impact. We want to see maximized impact, and that's going to translate into reduced unemployment, reduced poverty, and reduced inequality. That's how really at the end of the day we'd like to measure ourselves. The minister spoke about the Eastern Seaboard, and how we came about the concept of the Eastern Seaboard was just looking at poverty across the country and the most distressed districts. And as the minister alluded to, 3 of the 10 are in the Eastern Seaboard, and the question is why? Why do we have this disparity between the East and the West? But what's also important is to consider who this affects. We've got a population of about 3.6 million in that area, of which 53% is women and 70% is youth. In the other panels, we spoke about a disproportionate impact of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, and in this area, it's felt by women and youth. And so as we move forward, it's important that we try to enhance the impact on those particular groupings. We again looked at the endowments, which are there before us to see. But again, what we know for a fact is that endowments alone are not enough. The question is, how do you go from endowment to actual implementation and realizing the impact that we'd like to see going forward as government? One of the things we've perhaps not done well, which is one of the district development model objectives, is this matter of long-range planning. Government currently in that area is investing in the N2 Wild Coast over one project over the tune of 15 billion rands. And the question is, if we want to maximize impact, how do we then utilize that one project to catalyze a system or other programs of development and investment in the area? And so that's what we are doing. That's just to give you a better sense of the municipalities we're talking about. It seems like a lot, but again, what we've learned as government is that at national, we can't do something that's too small. But what we've also learned at times is that we sometimes go too big, and projects and programs end up failing. So we're trying to bite the right size, and the idea here is to then spread to all of the other red areas that you saw. What's key is that we've defined certain design principles that we're saying are non-negotiables and will guide us as we do this work that we want to be doing. And we think these reflect our values as a society and a country. The first is the matter of polycentricity. We'll unpack that a little bit more. We spoke about the National Spatial Development Framework. The second is we want to do a development that's African. We hope to see one or more new smart coastal African cities emerge from this, but we want them to be African, to be unique, to celebrate our culture and heritage. The question is, how do we get that to happen? We want to see equity and equality, sustainability, localization. And on localization, again, we said this is the poorest area, 53% women, 70% youth. We can't localize if we don't have a skills revolution of sorts where we properly equip people to meaningfully participate in the development. So that's one of our focuses in this. And then we want to see safety and security for women and children. Again, we've said quite a bit about gender-based violence in the country, and our view is that if an area is designed to be safe for women and children, it should be safe for everyone. But as we do development, that should be a prerequisite that we don't leave to chance, but we have in the design itself. We want to see inclusivity, we want to see ease of travel and connectivity. And the last one is that we want this to be municipal-centric, because at the end of the day, if local government is not playing its part, no development of any form can really take place in this country. And as the department that's responsible for supporting local government, we want to have municipalities at the center of the work that we are doing. And then we've got some economic anchors that we think we can build off of the back of, as shown there. And there's this matter then of polycentricity or multinodality. What we are realizing, the minister spoke about silos. We in fact even have silos at a ward level where a municipality in a local context cannot reach an agreement and say we're going to do this first for the interest of the broader municipality, but there's competition between the wards. So to counter that and to deal with that and to really break down the silos, we are undertaking this development across 2 provinces to facilitate some cross-learning and cross-pollination between the 2 provinces. We want it to be cross-district so that the districts work together and the 17 local municipalities also work together. And that's recognizing that we exist in a unitary state where we should be working together in this fashion. And again, when you stretch that idea, it's to recognize that our economies are actually interlinked, and versus competing, we should rather be looking to complement one another. And the term or the multi-nodality is defined in the National Spatial Development Framework. So we want to utilize those strategic advantages, the endowments, in this polycentric manner, following our design principles to move this particular area forward. Then on the 12th of November, the President was at Ugu, and certain commitments were made in terms of getting this development, this particular development to move forward. And again, one of the things that we want to pride ourselves here is keeping our word. When we say we're going to do something, it needs to be done to rebuild that trust between our partners and the state, because without that trust, meaningful partnership cannot exist. The first was the declaration of the area as a region. We're at about 63%. But what that does is, from a planning perspective and a technical perspective, it allows those 4 districts and 2 provinces to actually plan together, which is something that we've seen isn't happening when we look at the integrated development plans, the provincial strategies, and all other manner of planning that's happening. So how do you break down the silos? You declare the area a region, and you encourage everyone to work together and to plan jointly. The second is that we need to create a conducive environment for investment. One of the areas that are a challenge in that particular region is the R61 road, as you go from the Eastern Cape, KZN side into the Eastern Cape. Again, work has been done there to the point where there's a resolution that SANRA will take over the operation and maintenance of that road, which has been, it's a challenge that's been bedeviling that area over a long period of time, but through this collaboration between the spheres, that decision was able to be taken quite quickly. And then there's matters of dealing with the red tape and rolling out the red carpet and improving alignment and ensuring that we work better as the 3 spheres of government and everyone does their part so as to not delay development. And then the other matter, which has also come up quite a bit, is this matter of project readiness. One of the things that we've learned is that we're very good at ideation, but going from ideas to actual projects is something that's not happened. And we're saying we want to invite the private sector to come and invest, but as government, we're going to take that first step of preparing these projects, doing market and feasibility studies so that we not only have wishes, but we have bankable projects that can be invested in. So that's some of the work that's been happening. And then the last part is that we need to improve the capability and capacity of local government. Again, quite a bit of work is happening in that regard because we recognize if this development is going to be municipal-centric, municipalities need to be capacitated to play their part as we do this work. We won't get into all of this detail. Suffice to say, we are in the to-do, and part of today is inviting the private sector to join us in this undertaking, this mammoth undertaking that we know we cannot do without the private sector, but we are moving as government and are doing the things that we are supposed to be doing to enable this particular work to take place. To just give you one example of unlocking economic potential while dealing with the challenges that bedevil local government. Local government, many of our municipalities are deemed financially not feasible or viable. How do you deal with that? You have to increase the revenue of the municipalities. So we're saying municipalities should not only participate in getting rates and property taxes, but they should also participate in energy generation. We've had a look at the potential in that area, onshore and offshore. There's massive potential, but when you look at the plans of the municipalities, that is not in place. The second challenge that we have in that area, you often see in the news people using extreme methods to cross rivers, poor roads, etc., so the terrain is quite challenging. But what that does, it presents an opportunity if we change our perspective in terms of battery storage. There's potential, massive potential in that area for multiple storage dams for power. And again, we're in the process of doing those feasibility studies and we'll be in a position to articulate and communicate bankable projects. But what does that do at the end of the day? It empowers economies to happen in that area, but also gives municipalities a chance as they have some more revenues. You can only do so much without income, and we're saying, let's try this as a model for making municipalities more financially and economically viable such that they can do their part. How are we going to do this? We are saying we don't have time, so we need to move with speed. We're going to be concurrently planning and implementing. That requires strong institutional arrangements, project and project program management, and that's what we're doing as government to move with the necessary speed such that we do not delay. As we conclude, one might ask, if this area is so wonderful, why has nothing happened to this point? And so as government, again, we said, let's transact on the basis of honesty and identify the key challenges that we've not perhaps addressed in the past. And those are outlined there, the matter of insufficient financing for bulk services, and we're dealing with that through a special purpose vehicle. The failure to realize an investor pipeline, those feasibility studies and market studies that we're undertaking are going to assist us in that regard. Government processes coordination failure. Again, the work streams that we've set up for the 3 spheres of government to collaborate and work together effectively are going to assist us in that regard. And then the last is the issue of land availability. 90% of that land is communal land, meaning we don't actually need to buy it, but development isn't happening because we haven't historically engaged traditional leaders effectively. What have we done this time around? We've brought them on board first up and said, how can we collaborate and work together through a social compact to realize development that is equitable and just in our space? And so those are the things that we've done as I conclude to move this forward. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Lubabalo. Just to wrap up, that part of the world and that part of South Africa is breathtaking. It's the most beautiful part of South Africa. That coastline is just amazing. And if you invest there, you'll never be sorry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Yeah, great hope there, and a modern city, endowments that are now being translated into investment opportunities for a shared growth and a shared prosperity. Thank you very much for the presentation. That Daniel Mwepe, is it happening in Waterberg? But since the pilot was launched, what are the lessons, the ingredients for success from the experience, and the resource needs? Can you take us through that in the next few minutes?
Thank you very much, Dr. Gwen, for the opportunity to participate in this important conversation. Minister, good to see you. Indeed, it's 5 steps forward, it's 3 steps backwards, but it's happening. Indeed, I guess from all of these issues that Lubabalo talked about, the IGR, the ability of the government agencies to work together is really key. What we found in the Waterberg was there was a lot of fragmentation. Everybody was doing their own thing, and therefore that undermines collective efforts of achieving scale and impact. The second issue was the issue of infrastructure. The businesses and communities, indeed, are not able to do business in an environment where there are no roads. They need electricity, reliable energy supply. They need broadband connectivity. Otherwise, people are going to have to get into taxis and travel from one place to the other for something they could be doing from the comfort of their own homes, only if there was reliable network connectivity. You pointed out as well the issue of the capacity of municipal officials to do work, to provide services to businesses. Indeed, we work with other partners in the private sector, the NBI notably. The NBI is deploying a project in the Waterberg called TAMDEV. So they bring in folks with experience. These guys are experienced in finance, in technology, in infrastructure, and they mentor individual municipal officials to help them grow, number one, professionally, and second, to help them do their work better. And the fourth point, Dr. Gwen, for me would be the ability, the openness of the government to be able to work with the private sector. We found a very cooperative district government in the Waterberg. They just, I mean, I feel like part of the furniture over there. I walk in and I am part of them. They're not defensive. They don't feel like we're there to try and do their jobs. They see us as a partner that will work with them to help deliver services, to help them do their work better. Is it happening? Yes. Again, as I say, 5 steps forward, 3 steps back. We just came back, the PP judges came back yesterday from the Waterberg, where in collaboration with the district government, we were hosting a delegation from Airbnb. And we've been working with Airbnb and other private sector companies in the foundational stages for the past 6-7 months. And this is now coming to implementation.
That's great.
And so they are there, the Airbnb is now there to create, to build, to establish what they call an Airbnb Entrepreneurship Academy. That is going to train local people to actually be part of what they call inclusive tourism. So there's a whole lot of other examples I can talk about. Hopefully we have time.
Yeah.
But yes, it's happening.
Thank you very much. I think that's encouraging, and indeed training, skills transfer is very critical. And what's heartening is that you are not seen as partners, as a threat, but as a key partner and to build capacity. That's wonderful. The last time I did my maths, 5 steps forward and 2 backwards. It means you've done 3 steps forward. We must celebrate that. Yusuf, can you share with us about the coastal city and just your work in especially urban development? Are we making progress? Our cities are beaming to the seams. And the last time the World Bank looked at African cities, they were decrying lack of investment despite huge population increases.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks, Dr. Gwen and Minister, fellow panelists and delegates. I think, the processes and the progress and the DDM has really added a lot of impetus into local development processes. So, we go back, started this journey with the minister, in fact, looking at reimagining our spaces. And when we looked at eThekwini, for example, I think what has happened is we've been able to energize what we can actually do in that space. I think for a while, government, all the role players, I think we've been punching below our belt, below our waist. I think we need to really raise our expectations and our ambitions of what can be done and what is possible. And I think that's what we're beginning to see in eThekwini, where we're beginning to unlock things in a whole range of different ways. So when you begin to look at the endowments of the area, you begin to see in many places across South Africa, we've got this beautiful, diverse country with many diverse opportunities, but we're sitting with all these comparative advantages and we're not converting it into competitive advantages. So when we looked at eThekwini, it's a gateway, it's the port city, it's the prime port city, even actually for the SADC region, plays a major role in the global trade system. So we've got to get the port development and, so there were major projects on port decongestion.
Have the project started?
Those projects,
Yes.
There's been many initiatives on improving the port efficiency, etc. And there's massive plans in terms of upgrading the port so that we can export and import more goods and we can have a greater kind of efficiency. But I think the main point is we also needing to move into an area where we begin to link the space, the local spaces, with the economic sector strategies and these master plans and the governance of those spaces. So I think that's what's beginning to come together now in a much better way. And I think more importantly also the kind of projects that have been identified. So in eThekwini there's a range of catalytic projects that's linked to the vision of a smart port city region. So we're now much clearer about how we position eThekwini in the national space economy and the role it can actually play in terms of facilitating further investment and growth for the country.
Wonderful. Are the projects ready? I think the investors that are here are perhaps asking themselves. It's understandable that Eastern Seaboard Development is a new baby. Is eThekwini ahead in terms of projects that are ready for investment and indeed growth?
Yes, so investment is already happening. When we look at eThekwini as a port city region, as a smart port city region, and we're going to be looking at how we use technology, in the most effective ways. But remember, it's an ocean port, plus you've got the Dubai trade port linked to the King Shaka International Airport, and there's also an inland port at the Cato Ridge, which is facilitating the goods that come into and through Gauteng, etc. So so it's actually a multinodal port city region, and the investments, for example, in the Dubai Trade Port, already the first phase of that project has already been completed. There's already been over 3 billion rands of private investment into the Dubai Trade Port, and the catalytic projects that are lined up, which is part of the infrastructure South Africa, priorities. A lot of those projects, are ready to be delivered as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Me Namsha.
Madam.
Leaving no one behind. You are involved in economic empowerment of women. And as the UN Women declared this as generation equality, with district development, are women left behind? And how can investors and others through social compacts ensure that indeed no one is left behind? Not women, not youth, not people with disability, not rural areas, not those in townships. From your perspective.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gwen, for that question. Brilliant question, and Minister, recognizing you and all protocol observed. So a short, sweet answer is, for now, women are left behind. But the Women Economic Assembly, which I am sitting here on behalf of, has a solution to that, and a very, very effective solution to that. The Women Economic Assembly was launched by President Ramaphosa in October of 2021, last year. And essentially, it's a coming together of the private sector, women business associations, entrepreneurs, and civil society, where we began to say, while South Africa is in its recovery phase, we're using the master plans as our agenda for transformation. How do we ensure that within the transformation targets of the master plans, we also have gender targets? And so we began to talk to each of the industry associations across all industries. And we began to say, what are the systems and mechanisms that we can use to ensure that effectively women-owned businesses in particular are participating in these sectors? And we zoomed in on supply value chains, and that's what I want to focus on here, that the Women Economic Assembly is not an event, but a national initiative to actually look at both public sector and private sector value chains to say, how do we ensure that women-owned businesses are participating? So let me talk to the district municipal managers in the room, for instance. Minister, in one of her meetings, mentioned the example of housing, that often when you're thinking about development, you think about women as recipients and beneficiaries. You don't think about them as economic actors and value contributors. But when we are building houses, I think the example you made was 1 million houses in one of your speeches. When we're building houses, essentially as the Women Economic Assembly, we are saying, think about who are the suppliers that ensure that these houses are built. So you're not just thinking about who are the houses being built for, that's great. You're not just thinking about who's employed, that's great. You are thinking about where is the cement coming from? To what extent are women-owned businesses given the opportunity to be the suppliers of the cement, the bricks, the roofs, etc.? And essentially, the idea is to say we now have a system at the national level where we have agreement with associations in terms of enterprise development, in terms of bringing women into supply value chains. We're now taking this to municipal and district level, where we want to create the synergies between the businesses that exist there that are owned and run by women quite effectively, I must say, to ensure also that the investments that are coming in from district development are actually benefiting and giving opportunities to those women.
Thank you very much. Usually, empowerment programs are seen as a burden for investors.
Absolutely.
What are the key success factors to look at involving women more as a value add? I think you're talking about women also wanting to put their shoulders to the wheel. Are there interventions to ensure that women are skilled, women also participate equally and are given equal opportunities?
I think that you're very correct that I think women tend to be projectized in the economy, and we're shifting that and we're transforming that to say, actually, research globally shows us that when you invest in women-owned businesses, if you are a financial institution, women pay better. If you are an investor, women business owners are much more innovative. This is factually proven across the globe, as it were. And so there's already an investment case that if you invest in women-owned businesses, you're going to see greater productivity, you are going to see greater innovation, you are going to see even the benefit, the social benefit that goes back to communities. However, we've developed a model that essentially includes, number one, targets in relation to the supply chain opportunities, in other words, gender-responsive targets. That includes capacity building that is not generic, but quite specific to the technical sectors. And number three, ecosystems of support, where we ensure that the funding mechanisms as well as other support mechanisms exist, particularly to break down information asymmetries so that women actually are aware of these opportunities and can take part in them. Let me mention one thing. I know you want to move on. In terms of this, for instance, the Eastern Seaboard development that Minister is so incredibly leading. One of the things that's happening recently is that this team is going to be briefing a group of women in KZN and in the Eastern Cape so that those women also have access to the opportunity. Because oftentimes when investors are brought together, women are not in the room. But our government is going out of its way to ensure that women are brought on board so that they know what the opportunities are.
Thank you very much. So excuses for not involving women are getting fewer and fewer, beyond rights to a necessity. I'm going to open this session for one or two inputs, questions, answers to the panelists. Are there any hands? I see a hand there. There's one. Any other? There's two. Okay, I think let's start with those two hands. Please introduce yourself briefly and
thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Ramokgopa. My name is Mujang Kugum. Let me just say that, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes,
Thank
okay.
you.
I'm raising an issue around integration. You know, I've noticed in the last year or so, as I'm in the tourism sector on behalf of government, I've noticed that this issue of fragmentation has really gone so far, you know, as a result of which there's so much wastage. And I say to, like, every province has got a tourism authority. Now I say to them, South Africa is a unitary state, and it is only the functions that are distributed by Schedule 4 of the Constitution. It's not the powers, it's the functionality to say we're going to distribute functions in the following way. And then even if you read the local government section in the Constitution, it tells you that local executives can do certain things, but subject to national and provincial legislation. But there seems to have been a drift where, you know, people have decided that they can have their own governments and other things, as a result of which, when we go international, you'll find there's a South African booth, let's say, just, you know, advertising South Africa. And next to it, there's a Mogalakwena one, there's a Western Cape one, and that's so much wastage because we're marketing the same products to the world, and they always wonder what's going on with these ones. Don't they come from the same country? And earlier I asked Minister Dlamini Zuma, I said, what about the roads to that beautiful place? You know, then you find the same fragmentation. There's SANRAL, there's provincial roads, there's local roads. And because the national government gives allocations, you would know that, to province, and there's just money that just drops between those cracks when instead of having that one body just take control of the roads in the area, they allocate to this one, and that duplication results in so much wastage.
Yes.
I think I understand the model is meant to look at that, but I'm asking that it goes beyond government Yeah. To just change the perception and conceptualization of the form of state that we have in South Africa.
Quite a profound point there. I'm going to ask panelists just to note. The second participant there, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ramakopa and the panelists. My name is Marlon Burgess. I'm the CEO of GE Healthcare. So my question is about healthcare, and similar to the comment made about integration, I wanted to ask the panelists how we could fast-track healthcare infrastructure projects, especially listening to the earlier panel, the other Dr. Ramakopa talk about infrastructure, to create a coordinating mechanism between national departments of Treasury, Health, etc., with local, provincial, and municipal to integrate healthcare infrastructure projects, a coordinating mechanism of sorts, so that we could have not only faster implementation, but private sector involvement, because as GE, we've done many projects with governments in Africa, but we seem to be struggling in South Africa, I think, mostly because of red tape. So I just wanted to appeal to the panelists to say, how can we work together, private sector and public sector, to overcome that problem?
Thank you. Fragmentation, red tape, key risk factors for compacts. I'll ask panelists to comment and maybe ask Minister to just conclude.
Yeah, I mean, very briefly, and this is not, I'm not going to address this sort of the national issue because I work at a district level. In the Waterberg, the DBSA has established a thing called the D-Lab, the Development Laboratory. And in excess of 14 organizations, business organizations, have come to the Waterberg because they've had this as a pilot, a government pilot. And the DBSA is the umbrella. Everybody works within the umbrella of the DBSA. Just yesterday, it was a marvel to see how small businesses, local small businesses, are signing up to get involved with the D-Lab. There's agriculture, for example, that's going to work under the DBSA. You're talking about healthcare. There's an eye hospital that's coming up in the Waterberg. That will be under the DBSA's development laboratory. Health professionals are being trained, ECD, I mean, early childhood development, etc. So we just need to find a way to connect these dots so various stakeholders from the civil society, from government, and from the private sector are able to work together. That's just my brief comment with that, Dr. Gwen. Thank you.
Namsha? Thank you.
Let me push back a little bit. Part of the difficulty, I think, with some of the discussions in this area is that when you're sitting on the ground as someone that's operating, say as a small business or as a woman-owned business, one of the things you're trying to figure out is how do you make sense of the barriers to entry into market? I'm gonna get to this question that was asked about infrastructure. And really the conversations need to get to a point where we are recognizing some of the difficulties in enabling businesses to thrive at the local and the district level. One of the things we've encountered from women who are in business that we've been engaging with through research and dialogue is that, for instance, simply the infrastructure for productivity is simply not there. So you've got 2,000 black farmers in South Africa who are involved in cotton farming. 80% of that is exported out of the country. It's exported in raw form, which means that there are no productive manufacturing facilities in this country that would ensure that the women, the young people in that industry can actually beneficiate that particular product and ensure that it's turned to thread, to cotton, to textiles, and then eventually to the fashion and retail industry. So when we're talking about the district development model, we're moving beyond the principles, and the policy and the systems that I think government is putting in place are fantastic. But we've got to get to a point where we're saying the collaboration between business and the public sector has to move to understanding where the investment gaps are. And infrastructure for me is an investment issue that's a responsibility both of business and the private sector. And as we corner the Women's Economic Assembly, we believe that this productive infrastructure, simply deciding on building manufacturing plants at district level, is one of the things we can decide tangibly can make a difference. But that's not one sector's responsibility. It's a responsibility of people who are saying, we want to grow this economy. The way to grow this economy is to come together and ensure that the infrastructure we need for every single person in this economy to participate is in place, and then begin to push that agenda. For me, that's what local development is.
The research labs, innovation, it works where there is a will. You're also talking about the resolve to beneficiate. That,
manufacturing capacity and
building
infrastructure.
Manufacturing capacity, reindustrializing the country as well,
Absolutely.
turning the endowments into tangible projects and as a result, growth. Very, very, very inspiring, and it seems like it's happening in Waterberg and in eThekwini. Are there initiatives to try and bridge these barriers?
Yes, there are. Look, integrated governance is a big challenge. It's an ongoing challenge. And by the way, internationally, all countries are grappling with improving integrated governance. I think like in eThekwini even, it was recognized the challenges around the fragmentation in tourism responsibilities. And, eThekwini has got all the natural endowments to be a much better tourism destination than it currently is. So, definitely that kind of better working together between different role players has been recognized as quite critical, even some of the other sectors like safety and security, etc. But I think what we're having the opportunity through the district development model, it's now giving us a more practical way in which we can actually begin to build this integrated governance. So the development of these one plans is actually an expression of the integration. And I think the participation from all role players needs to be optimal in that process, so that when we finalize these one plans, they actually express and give us a single line of sight. They align all the different role players from national, provincial, local, private sector. They align all of those priorities, in the plan. So, I mean, the eThekwini One Plan, for example, has been adopted even by the council now. So the council has adopted it, the provincial executive has adopted it, and Minister, I believe it's going to be coming to cabinet quite soon. So once these plans get adopted by cabinet, they're going to be an accountability mechanism. I think previously people were getting away with not doing integrated governance, but with the district development model and with cabinet oversight over it, we're going to be able to have this view of how we can monitor the outcomes that we're getting from the system, and that all the role players are playing their part in delivering the kind of impact, developmental impact we're requiring in these different spaces.
Thank you. Minister, can I put you on the spot? You're Minister of Cooperative Government, which is a constitutional requirement, a mandate. Is it happening? The introduction of the district development model, is it turning the tide?
Yes, it is, but I would be lying if I say we're there. Yes, we are very much on the road. Let me just say that obviously this district development model was only launched 2018, 19, but then there was COVID and we were distracted too much around COVID. But why it's happening, and it is going to happen, is because now every department is supposed to, both provincial and national, is supposed to say what it's doing, what the budget is, and what is going to happen in that space of the district. But what is important now is that instead of each one planning alone what they are going to do, is that we must blend together. That's the element that needs to come in, and you need to come in there because you are planning. That we must blend together. But integrating we are now. We can tell you who's doing what, where, but we need not to come at the end and put things together. We must blend together to say, if human settlement is going there, then education, the school, the clinics, the roads, the business, where is the market for what is going to be produced there. So we plan together and we plan with business. I went to a country, if you still have time, I went to a country where I was very impressed. When they're doing their implementation, they don't only do it as government. If there's going to be a tea factory in a particular place, there must be a contract with everybody who's going to be involved. DTI must say where the tea is going to be marketed. Transport must say where the roads, how they're going to do the roads. Electricity, water, everything that is involved. So, and then there is a performance agreement that has both government and private sector. The company that's going to build, when is it starting, when is it finishing? And so whenever anything is blocked, it's very clear who is not pulling their weight. And that's very important because if we don't plan together, that's where problems start, because if they plan to build something there, but roads, water, and other infrastructure developments that need to take place for it to succeed are not brought on board early, then that's why it takes so long and it's frustrating. But it is going to happen. And just to say to Advocate Gumbi, the integration is happening now. For instance, where the province is not able to do something because we are working together, for instance, if you take the R61, the province wasn't managing that R61, and business was saying to us, how are we going to invest if we can't drive on the R61? And that's why then, working together, we've said it has been agreed that Sanral must take over and build that road. So I'm saying it's happening, but obviously it's not perfect yet.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think maybe we were given a very tight timelines for this session, but the doors of opportunity are there in South Africa. There's a lot of endowments, including at the local level, and there's a lot of progress with the pilots. And the also Eastern Seaport development is also taking root. And indeed, there is greater opportunity to work together. What Minister Dlamini Zuma was referring to, if he says, when she said to me, you need to come in, it's because I've also had a working relationship with the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, which is responsible for the medium-term expenditure framework or planning framework, which has already integrated the district development model in its medium-term planning and annual term planning. So it is a route that we have taken of no return. And we want to thank all the partners. It was possible because of the partnership between government, private sector, as well as communities, including the groups that have been marginalized in the past. Women, children, having our interest also in children, as well as the youth in particular, because unemployment is really a huge burden on children. I see that people are standing up. Minister, you want to have
Yeah, I just wanted
one
to say,
last word?
I just wanted to say, in the integration
Yes.
in rural areas, we're working with traditional leaders.
Oh, yes.
They've also developed what they call Invest Rural Master Plan, which
Wonderful.
we are going to be integrating into our work because they have the land. So it's important to also work with them, and they are on board and they want the rural areas to be developed, and land, they are going to be giving the land as their equity. Thank you.
Wonderful. 52 districts in South Africa open for investment. Thank you very much. What did you think? Thank you.
said they are just finalizing another chair. They were coming just now.
Who's chair?
The organizers.
Rich, shall we not just grab one from the audience and
I think so. We might just take
so let's move. Why don't we just make a plan? We are miners after all. We're going to make a plan. We can't wait for you.
Good afternoon. Have we all got the mics? Yes, we do.
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Firstly, apologies. We seem to be having a few logistical challenges. But this is an example of how miners fix things. This is mining in practice. Welcome to this afternoon session. We are here to talk about mining and the green minerals opportunity. I think really when we talk about green minerals, we're talking about minerals and metals that are being driven largely by global electrification, urbanization, as well as energy transition. There are 4 broad categories that we talk about: renewable, as well as battery storage value chain. The renewable energy minerals and metals will go into such components as solar panels, wind turbines, as well as the energy storage value chain. Of course, energy storage will be in new energy vehicles or electric vehicles, as well as storage for utility scale entities. Vanadium goes into that. The second category will be the green hydrogen value chain. A lot of companies are into that. Anglo American Platinum, for example, as well as Develop Platinum. You will hear more about that. There's a third category, which is about components, electrical components, such as tin. And these are consumer goods and components. This one is driven largely by computation, IT, as well as electronic components, the stuff that goes into smartphones, for example. The last category is infrastructure green minerals. Things such as steel, we're now talking about green steel. And of course, input materials such as iron ore. The likes of Kumba, for example, they mine very good iron ore of high quality that contributes to these green steel credentials for infrastructure purposes. With that set out, we have assembled a panel of very well accomplished business people and administrators led by the minister, the Honorable Minister Mantashe. He holds portfolios in two very critical areas of mineral resources and energy. We can never forget, ladies and gentlemen, that mining is at the heart of feeding into the renewable energy revolution and decarbonization. That is why the minister is here today in this panel. Of course, we also have Natasha. Natasha is the CEO of Anglo American Platinum. I must say, if I'm not mistaken, under her watch, the biggest dividend has been declared ever in corporate South Africa. I'm starting with our wonderful ladies. Lael Bethlehem is from Sidibelo Platinum. Again, a first in the industry. She's been appointed the Chief ESG Officer, and she will tell us more about that and the strategic importance of such an appointment in the industry. Sandile here on my left, a vibrant entrepreneur, media personality as well. We thought we must bring in youthful, different voice, someone who's entering the space into the different value chains, logistics and services, to tell us how he sees it from the youth perspective. Mzila, directly opposite me, Mzila is from Exaro. Of course, Exaro, very well known for its big mine, Grootegeluk in the Waterberg, but of course, transitioning into the future, going back to minerals energy, going back to green minerals, as well as looking at opportunities in the renewable energy space. Now, Minister, I will start with you. This must feel like the revenge of the miners. Miners don't have to explain their importance in the South African economy. Biggest dividends, windfall contribution to the fiscus, and of course we're talking about the commodities they mine and the role they play in the just energy transition, which is being discussed next door. But of course, it all starts with mining. What do you say to the industry as well as investors at large? Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator, leadership of the mining industry, panelists, fellow panelists. The first confusion for me was separating mining and energy and have different panels for them, because in doing so you're going to miss the interrelationship between the two. You see, mining is the one of the unfortunate ones in the combination, in the sense that everybody always predicts that mining is going to decline and disappear next year. And instead, mining grows, and it continues to grow. When it slips, everybody feels it. You know, in the fourth quarter of 2021, mining made a negative contribution to the GDP, and everybody threw their hands in the air. 3.1% decline in mining. What is this happening? Until we looked into it, we discovered that biggest contributor was iron ore, coal, and gold. And we argued that you don't assess mining only on the decline. If you do a proper assessment of mining, you must always assess production, and you also assess sales. Because if you only assess sales, you're going to give Natasha a lot of good feedback and showers, only to discover that she is getting good commodity price, but productivity is declining. So you do an overall assessment in mining. So, and what is important is that the excitement about moving, and many say, from coal to renewables, and I always correct them every time they say that it's not from coal to renewables. It is from high carbon emission to low carbon emission. The reason that I emphasize from high carbon emission to low carbon emission is because that movement is going to be a journey. And that journey is what is called a transition. It's not an event. It's not going to be a once-off movement. It's not going to be like a pendulum swing from one extreme to the other. It's going to be a number of steps that are taken. Even the minerals that you regard as outdated are going to be around for a long time. You know, when there's a crisis in Europe, conflict in Russia and Ukraine, the first people who had to respond to that crisis were miners. I can tell you now that one of the biggest problems we have is that Europe, which was telling us that we're giving you 131 billion rand to move out of coal quick, all of a sudden they are ordering a lot of coal from us. And coal is doing very well, extremely well now. And biggest orders are from EU. And my argument is that treat mining with care, because everything and every development, if it is not planted, it is mined. It doesn't matter what it is. The minerals of the future that you referred to are part of a very big complex, and they're going to contribute to this movement to green economy. I'm owing a journey to Mkhalakwena to go and see a truck there. I can't talk about that truck. I've not seen it yet. Yeah. When I see it, I'm going to be the biggest marketer of it. So, transition requires systematic approach, pragmatism, appreciating that setbacks are not failures, are visitors that you meet on your journey to success. Whenever there is a setback, you recapture your energy and recover the ground you have traveled. So let me stop there for now because it's a big panel. But all I'm saying is that I'm a great believer in mining. I know that it is going to be around for a long time, and it must be. You know, when there was a decline of gold mining in South Africa, we're number one. We're now about number 5, number 6 in gold mining in the world. Everybody was saying mining is in decline. It is at that point that we said mining is not gold mining. It's mining of the variety of minerals and rare earth elements that have been discovered by Namibia. We've just discovered that it's only less than 20% that is on the Namibian side. More than 80% of those rare earth minerals are in South Africa. So exploration is going to be the future. Let me stop there.
Thank you, Minister, for your remarks. Indeed, I will come back to exploration. It's one of my passion projects at the IDC. I might not have mentioned that my name is Reginald Demana. I'm one of the executives at the IDC. I look after mining, infrastructure, and energy. Natasha, so many things and angles to talk about from an Anglo-Platinum perspective. The minister has just touched on the truck. Everybody talks about the truck. Fuel cells, catalyzers, the hydrogen valley. Now we've seen another pledge of 10 billion rand in incremental capex. From an Anglo-American perspective, how are you positioned to benefit from the green minerals revolution?
Thank you, Reginald, and Minister. Privileged to share a panel with you and to my fellow panelists and ladies and gentlemen in the audience. I think as Anglo-American, firstly, we're very well positioned because we are in South Africa and because we are invested in South Africa, and we are totally intended to remain invested in South Africa. It is a country that is endowed not only with the mineral resources that our minister has spoken about, but it's also endowed with renewable resources. It's endowed with land, and it's endowed with significant people. People that makes the big difference, and that's at the heart of who we are as a business. So to that extent, we believe that we have a very important role to play in our country to drive what will be supportive of a just transition, to use the Minister's words. Making sure that we support the economic growth in the country, doing our part, not only in our own decarbonisation strategy, but certainly also doing our part in supporting our country in the decarbonisation, the just transition, but more than that, what makes me excited about it is that our endowment will allow us, with the work that we are doing, to become net exporters of energy, not only our minerals. And that's certainly what's exciting for me. And as a company, we, other than our investment commitment, we have a number of different pieces of work underway in the development of technology, the development of energy systems. We're doing pioneering work in what we call our new gen work that starts with the zero emission haulage solutions. It's a very fancy word for our truck. And if everything goes according to plan, we will take our minister out to launch our truck very soon. And what is really significant about our truck, renewables and specifically the hydrogen space that we are targeting in this area, there's a number of factors that we need to develop to support the development of renewables. It's firstly in generation, whether it's hydrogen, PV, water, pumping and storage, or wind. It's in transportation, whether that's in support of what's happening with Eskom and the grid, or whether it's other ways of transporting in the form of hydrogen. And then there's end use. And in the end use, which is predominantly at the moment in the mobility sector, there's quite a bit of technology required, technology development required to make that end use economic. And in each of these spaces, we believe that we are uniquely equipped, not only because of the resources we mine, but because of the knowledge and skill from the people in South Africa and in our broader company to develop these technologies and to really plow this back into South Africa and its economy.
Thank you, Natasha. I think if we get time, we will talk about the impact of supply and demand of what we're seeing in the geopolitical environment when we come back. Lyle, Chief ESG Officer, what is that? And also, this CAL project. Can you explain a bit about us, what that is about? You indicated to me that we don't often talk about this, but it's a revolutionary project. It will change the face of the platinum industry. I'm sure Natasha might beg to differ, but I'll leave it to you to convince her. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Reg, and hi, everybody. I couldn't help noticing, Minister, that you are wearing red socks. And those red socks make me think of revolution. And Reg now used the word revolutionary. I think Natasha's truck is going to be revolutionary. And we at Sedibelo hope to also introduce something really revolutionary into the processing of platinum group metals and potentially the processing of other minerals as well. So Sedibelo is a mid-tier mining company, much smaller than the very large integrated miners with lots of different minerals. We've historically produced about 130,000 ounces of PGM in concentrate, but I hope that after today you'll remember Sedibelo, because we are announcing 9 billion rands worth of investments, Minister, 7 billion rand into a major expansion of our facilities at the Pilanesberg Platinum Mine, including a new underground mine, which is going to mine some very shallow, high-grade resources. And we think we're going to create a lot of jobs in that process and hopefully also a lot of value. And then we're also announcing today that the Sedibelo board has now taken a firm decision to build the world's first CAL plant. So every time minerals have to be processed, they have to be placed in a smelter. And we all know that smelting is enormously energy intensive because of the temperatures that you have to reach in order to smelt concentrate, and because of the carbon emissions that are associated with those. Now, many people are exploring, could we use renewables for smelters? Perhaps it can be done. But we have a part ownership in a technology called KEL, and rather than using pyrometallurgy, where you heat up, where you cook the concentrate, you cook the rock, rather what you do is you use a hydrometallurgical process where you leach the minerals from the concentrate. So we think that this plant is going to cut electricity use and carbon emissions in the smelting portion of the value chain by about 80%, which will have, I think, a really revolutionary global impact on the processing of minerals. Now, KEL has been around for a while. It's been extensively tested, but there's never been a commercial KEL plant built at scale. And the Sedibelo board has now decided to go ahead this year and build the world's first KEL plant. And if it works as we hope it will, we think it will have a major impact. And it will be a product that emanates in part from South African IP and from South African research. And we hope eventually will have a major impact on the mining industry around the world. So Sedibelo decided to invent this notion of a chief ESG officer, really as a signal of how seriously the company takes the ESG agenda. And if you think about ESG, you know, it's the big picture. It's the issues facing all of us as South Africans and as humans. The E, environment, the global climate crisis, all of us have to respond urgently to the climate crisis. And the mining industry has a very important role to play in doing so because of the minerals we produce and hopefully also by changing the way that we produce them. You know, people might not think of PGMs as green minerals, as green metals, but they are. You know, what is the history of PGMs? They're there to scrub emissions from internal combustion engines, at least in part. Rhodium, palladium, platinum, these are all metals that clean and that therefore help to reduce emissions, and in future will be associated with the hydrogen and other economies. So the E in ESG, important to all of us. The S, well, we live in a country that is highly unequal, high rates of unemployment, we all know it, and the mining industry is located in rural South Africa, where we can make a huge difference to the lives of local communities. The mining industry together spends a lot of money on social and labor plans. I don't think we always spend it effectively, Minister. I think there's much more that we could do. There are a lot of great projects out there, but I think there's more coordination to be done. There's more community ownership to be done. So hopefully the S in ESG will really come to the fore. And then there's the G, the governance. Governance is all about accountability. We must fight corruption. We must be accountable to a range of stakeholders. And if we can do that, then we'll be playing our part, Reg, in helping to build a new kind of society.
Thank you, Lyle. Talking about, so mining, it really touches lives and all of that. But I think we can all admit and accept that we are failing our youth. We are not taking them along the journey. We are leaving far too many of them behind. Sandile, you've decided to break into mining, enter some of the logistics and service businesses outside of your comfort zone in media and personnel. You represent that. You were even telling me now that you think you look the part.
I hope I do.
Yes. You have an entity, Vintage Mining Legacy, that you have started and getting into the mining space. How do you find the environment? Has it been accepting? What are some of the challenges you find in funding youth businesses and really empowering them to get involved in the mining value chains?
Thank you for the question, and also thank you for this opportunity. Sanbonani, Ninjani, Nami. That's the last I remember to irritate my teachers. And also delegates and minister, nice to meet you. I am Sandile, and street name it's Sandile Jikyunjingela, former presenter and still presenter. I've got my own production company, and I just ventured into mining because of the opportunities I received by networking. You know, when you network and you are a thoroughbred entrepreneur, you are able to engage with people and see, you know, problems and solutions that you can then implement by being someone who sees, how can I put my influence, how can I, you know, also use my being a youth, and also how can I contribute to being a maverick and a tastemaker in a sector or environment where miners don't look like this. You know, I had a few discussions. I think everyone here early on when they saw me, they never expected that I'll be with you guys speaking mining because of the way they look. They expected media, but I chose the specific look just to say, one, we need to be comfortable and also take on that spear to say the youth must be here. We need more female miners who own mines or who own trucks and get contracts to work in the sector. We need to make this environment more friendly for young guys who are in the tech space who have new ideas that can assist mining going green, that can assist mining to develop, you know, new solutions, software, technologies that can better our mining sector to compete even better globally. I feel that and still see that the reason why the name Vintage Mining Legacy and the title that I then took on and the responsibility of taking on the mining sector is to say, guys, all these minerals that build structures that we use on a daily basis, right, they are taken here. How many of our youth, which makes up majority of our populations, can say, hi, I contributed to that car, that Mercedes-Benz, by maybe getting chrome or iron ore or whatever to that structure of the car? How many of us can stand and say that? And we need more of Abu Sandile and, you know, maybe more other entrepreneurs who are also female to say we are also here in such platforms to discuss and also network, share, grow, and also have the opportunity to collaborate and not want to take over. That's my approach to the youth and my approach to the sector, to say everyone here has experience, knowledge that they can take someone, a boy or a girl, who's got a business that is thoroughly running, whether it's successful or it's still on the ground, to say, let me help you come up and give you a portion of the pie. And then government can have these policies that can come in to say, how do we better assist that these companies grow? And then they will contribute to this beautiful pie and contribute to the economies that, I mean, the communities that we serve, as well as the economy.
Yes, thank you, Sandile. I can feel the passion. And indeed, we started sharing some ideas with Natasha. So it's really a conversation that we must take forward, including how, as a financing institution, we can help you in that journey. Mzila, Exaro, you revealed your strategy sometime last year to break into renewable energy in a number of ways, including yourselves operating and developing independent power production for the economy. Can you share more about that and also how you plan to use the endowment that you have in coal to break into this new future and what it looks like?
Thanks, Rach, for the introduction and your question. I think firstly, just greetings to Minister. I think just like Natasha, an honor and a privilege to share the stage with you and to my fellow panelists. And good afternoon to everyone here today. I think I want to start where Sandile ended off, because I think for me he's surfacing something that we don't often talk about in this transition, and particularly giving focus to the people aspect. And because that's where we started as Exaro when we started looking at this transition. And we've been on this journey for a while, since 2017. You'll remember where we spoke of the business of tomorrow, where we looked at what the continent will need for people to thrive, which is energy, food, and water. And that strategy has evolved, and where we are now is having arrived at what we call a sustainable growth and impact strategy, which is driven through 5 objectives, and I'll only just focus on 3, which I'll elaborate on in the course of our discussion. And where it picks up on Sandile's conversation is that one of our key objectives is to empower people to create impact. And the importance of that is really to the point that he made around the fact that the challenge that we are responding to in terms of climate change and the opportunities that it's bringing, we cannot address those by ourselves. We need the collaboration with government. We need collaboration with suppliers, with customers. We need new types of collaboration that we've never had before. But most importantly, what we also establish as an objective is that as a business, we believe that as we transform and transition, we can not only be an economic catalyst, but also embark on this transition in a way that realizes the need for stewardship in terms of how we go about this transition. And the stewardship talks to both the social and the environment aspect, the areas that Lyle spoke about in terms of ESG. And Exaro has been practicing ESG from inception when it was established in 2006. And we currently remain one of the leading companies in terms of ESG performance. And that's going to enable us to drive our 3rd objective of being able to transition at speed and scale. But what's important about that is that that transition at speed and scale has to put South Africa first, I think, to the points that have been made by the Minister. And what that meant then for us is that we need to start from what we felt was the very strong position of the coal business. We're the largest coal mining company in South Africa. We are an integral part of South Africa's energy value chain. And so we made the choice of actually managing the coal business rather than disposing of it. And in fact, when you look at where we are today, Exaro actually has just developed in terms of the Belfast mine, one of the remaining high-quality coal operations or coal reserves in the country for both domestic but largely export. And what's important about that is to realize the strength that the coal business is giving us, but also given the IRP, the opportunity it provides for it to endure for another 10 to 15 years and even longer if you look at the contracts that we have with Eskom. And that talks to the need for energy security and the point I was making earlier about putting South Africa first. So it's a transition and a transformation which I think from a people and from an Exaro perspective, a leadership aspect was taken very seriously in terms of ensuring that we put South Africa first and we embark on this in a way that will ensure that we also take people along in terms of the stewardship. We invested in renewables at a time when people were not beginning to think about it. In 2009, 2010, and this was out of lessons learned from the coal export to Europe, where we could already see, and if you're able to have coffee with my boss, he'll tell you that Europe started their transition probably in the early 2000s, and he could already see then with SIPO that this game is coming on, and it's coming on strong, and we need to begin to look at where the future is going to go in South Africa. And Exaro always has been a company that looks ahead and established a joint venture with Tata Power. In 2012, made the first investment. In 2016, we delivered the first renewable wind megawatts into the grid to Eskom. And we spent a lot of time educating ourselves about the digital transition as well. And so I think the point I'm making here around people is building the capabilities and the skills to be able to manage change and embark on these transitions is absolutely critical. Whilst the conversation is focusing on the green minerals, how we mine those minerals is also going to be important. Their role is not only going to be in terms of what they're used for, but how they're mined, because we're going to be exporting them. There could be carbon tax, and we might have to mine them, use them for ourselves, which won't generate a huge amount of value. But we've looked at the concepts of electrification of everything, infrastructure, and hence we've chosen copper, bauxite, and manganese. And South Africa is a well-endowed country in terms of manganese. We'll obviously be exploring opportunities outside of South Africa, but we'll certainly be taking those concepts of ESG or impact, if you want to use the word, because my view is impact will actually lead to growth. And the opportunities are there. The metal intensity of this transition is going to be large. And that's where we're seeing the opportunity. And we'll, in time, be building a company that is diversified in terms of renewables across solar and wind, as well as looking at mining and how those renewables will decarbonize mining. And I think it's to the minister's point that, we perhaps should be having somebody in the energy sector giving us an appreciation of that perspective. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mzila. Indeed, I think when we talk about some of these green minerals, it's not only that we mine and we supply them, but we also are consumers in the hydrogen business, in the trucks, in the fuel cells, catalyzers. We drive the demand side of it. When we build renewable energy projects, the panels, the wind turbines, we need these very components to decarbonize our operations, because if we don't decarbonize, it might soon become a market access issue, drives up costs. Suddenly our products there are discounts attached to that. Although the Russia-Ukraine situation might probably delay that, because we have seen it has changed the dynamics in coal, for example, with the energy crisis in Europe, meaning that they are having to import more coal. But on PGMs, Russia, one of the biggest suppliers of palladium and many other commodities. Maybe before I go to you, Natasha, same question, I will start posing it to the minister. Do you think it will have any impact on global dynamics in terms of supply and demand of commodities? And how can we benefit from that as South Africa?
The advice I normally give to mine owners, which I don't own any, but sometimes I take a chance and sell shafts of mine owners to other owners, but it's not mine. I always tell them that one person who has influenced me to this direction is a man called Maxwell, of a leadership that is amenable to leadership. That means a leadership that is prepared to adapt. Two cautions about this. If you are fashionable about change, you want to switch from one extreme to the other, the risk to collapse your project is high. If you are resisting change, the risk of change overtaking you is high. So I always say to them, which is elements of that you see in Exaro strategy, that as you adapt and learn on the new technologies, you must not destroy what you have with the hope that something new will be better. You build on the back of what you have and begin to navigate your journey to something that is new. Now that is one advice I always give them. So the demand side of minerals depends on the technology development. And you may focus now that it will be PGMs and find that in the battery sector, vanadium may be actually in higher demand combined with manganese. And you must always make analysis of what combinations will work where. So my approach is, let's manage the transition. Let's not jump into the transition. Transition may actually wash us away. But if we're managing it, we're step by step, we're systematic, and we share ideas, will be better. The problem that sometimes impede progress is when we're in a sector, we only see ourselves as competitors instead of seeing each other as people in the same sector who must share ideas, share successful examples, and also caution others about the potholes that we have driven through. And if we can do that, I think we're going to do better. My own view is that our minerals are going to be with us for a long time, including coal, by the way. Coal is going to go beyond 2030 as a major contributor to energy. In terms of the IRP, coal generation is expected to be reduced from 75% to 60% by 2030. 60% is still quite a sizable amount, while we're expecting renewables to grow by 18%. Now, as we talk renewables, sometimes we limit renewables to sun and wind, without a discussion that talks to the base load. How do we get that base load right? And number two, a question of just having a polarized discussion. One of the inhibiting factors to any debate that is looking into the future is when that debate is polarized. Because, you know, as I keep quiet now, is that, you know, polarized debate, I enjoy it, by the way, because people throw to you labels. I'm called a coal fundamentalist, and I'm called a fossil fuel dinosaur. I can't be a fossil fuel dinosaur. I'm only in energy for 2 years now. I can't be a coal fundamentalist. I spent 6 years, 6 months in coal, and 7 years, 4 months in copper. I don't know why I'm not a copper fundamentalist. All I'm saying is that let's not polarize the debate if we want to benefit from that debate. Let's throw ideas and appreciate that if we're tolerant of ideas, we're in a better position to benefit. So if we move to the extremes, we're not going to get maximum benefit. So demand and supply will always be factors in all these changes that are happening. If the demand is growing, I can tell you with my eyes closed, producers are going to chase that demand and produce more. And the impact of that will be, the price may drop. And this industry has one characteristic that you cannot change, that it is cyclical in terms of prices. When you think that you have good prices, they go down. When you think that you have low prices, they pick up, and therefore, that dynamic will always be in the industry. It's a sector that is very sensitive to supply and demand.
Yes, Natasha, you're probably best placed to tell us about Russia-Ukraine impact on global supply and demand from platinum as well as just from a group perspective.
Thank you for that, Reginald. And I think if I had a glass ball, it would have been probably the right thing to pull out at this stage, because I think there's so much uncertainty in what's playing out to be such a devastating event that's happening very far from us. But I think all of us feel that on a daily basis as we switch on our televisions and listen to the news. I think what's important in this process, other than recognizing and supporting as peaceful as possible progress and solution to what's happening in the Ukraine and Russia, it is really difficult to really estimate what will happen. We've seen the market obviously respond in the last couple of weeks. We've seen it in prices being very volatile. We've seen it in the commodities that is predominantly produced in Russia, nickel and palladium. About 38% of the world's palladium is being mined in Russia. But we didn't see it as a direct impact from the war, but rather from a sanction point of view. And I think there's probably 5 different scenarios that can play itself out, and it is going to depend on how the world respond. and how sanctions ultimately play itself out. I guess what we need to ask ourselves is how do we respond, other than firstly being supportive of the humanitarian effort that needs to go into that direction. If we think about us as a country, and probably tying into what Minister Mantashe has been talking about, the couple of words that come to mind would be discipline, collaboration, and agility. We need to remain disciplined. Doesn't matter what happens in the geopolitical situation. You don't bring a new mine online overnight, and you don't bring it online without spending a huge amount of capital. For the mining industry to realistically respond to something like the geopolitical situation that we see play itself out, if we are disciplined in making sure we make the right decisions for our minerals and for our country, we can't just respond overnight. And I think it links into whether we talk just transition or how we respond to this geopolitical situation. It is, again, with discipline that we need to know step by step how we do it, because we can equally make the wrong decision for our resources if we respond in the wrong way. And I think if we think about PGMs again, it is how do we use the opportunity while we have good prices to put metal in the market with the right ESG framework, make sure that we get that income into our country, pay our taxes, but be agile to respond after that and continue to watch what's happening in this space. And that, I think, is probably the best response we can have. I think if I'm allowed to talk a little bit more about, if you think about just the broader energy sector, and you think about how the broader the globe is responding and now driving for a different energy solution. Again, I guess, with discipline, collaboration, and agility, we've got all the resources required. We don't only have the mineral resources, we have the natural resources to respond to a changing energy environment. And I think that's what we need to continue to drive.
Lyle, if we can just have some closing remarks from your side, followed by Mzila, and Sandile will then follow.
Thanks, Reg. Well, on the Russian crisis, I think the other potential impact is on the hydrogen economy, because Russia being such a big supplier of gas, I think it will accelerate interest in other kinds of energy sources. Many companies here have been interested in pushing forward the hydrogen economy. Natasha says we can be an exporter of energy. I think that's right. We might even become an exporter of liquid fuels if we can produce methanol, ammonia, and similar fuels. So I think that's an area that we're certainly interested in at Sedibelo, and that I think our industry has to push forward with that. I also just want to say thank you to Minister Mantashe for the embedded generation. It was a very far-sighted decision that the Cabinet took. And we've recently entered into an MOU with a provider for 40 megawatts of wheeled solar and wind, and we're going to build a 35 megawatt facility at the mine for solar. And it makes the world of difference. When you made that decision, Minister, you unleashed a lot of value. You helped us to reduce carbon, you took pressure off Eskom, you helped us to cut costs. The prices are coming in about 60% of what we pay Eskom, and you helped to unleash new economic activity and give us additional power. So that was a very important decision for all of us, and we hope that there will continue to be a mix of energy. We still need the grid. Renewables can't help us at night very much. We need the grid, but we are really very thankful for that kind of decision that allows us to move forward in the mining industry.
And we're seeing how the mining industry has actually embraced that in terms of the self-generation capacity that they're building. I think in my closing remarks, I'd say, just to echo some of the sentiments, that the transition is going to take a long time. And we've seen how actually countries like China and India have actually determined for themselves how long it's going to take. 2050 is the goal for everyone, carbon neutral or net zero. China came out with 2060. And India came up with 2070. Well, what if we came up with 2100? Would it be so bad? But the point is that we've got a plan. And what is important in that is that I think these types of events, such as the Russia-Ukraine crisis, will probably happen in different forms. but we shouldn't let those distract us from our long-term strategy. As Natasha said, it doesn't take a year to build a mine. In fact, to build a good mine might take a little bit longer for sustainability. And so I think it's going to be important to maintain those characteristics of long-term perspective, discipline, and the allocation of capital. And I think most importantly, specific strategies in terms of how we're going to take people along. The development of people in terms of skills as a key part of this transition is important. Bringing in youth, diversity, equity, and inclusion is a key outcome of the Exaro strategy, in addition to reducing our emissions and being carbon neutral by 2050.
From my side, I just want us to extensively look at what we have as a country. We have very small deposits of cobalt that can be mined. What else do we have that can contribute to grow our economy and sustain us from a mining perspective? Because everyone is creating this fear that mining is dying out, whereas we do have so much minerals that we can unearth and use them. I just think that we also need to start understanding what our country have and plan in a tech-savvy way. How can mining reduce so much energy usage by using technology and softwares and programs that can better our mining and give us maximum growth and also opportunities within that space. So let's incorporate technology. Let's research further on how can we also spread with the minerals that we have. Just out of fear, someone told me, don't invest in diamonds. Don't go into a diamond mine because 3D diamonds are being now made. That fear alone could stop it, something that one could have found an opportunity in. However, it's that concept of listening to people but not looking at how far can we stretch with what we have to better our economy, because South Africa is rich with minerals and people need to invest in what we have, and we also need to maximize the use and the knowledge of telling people of what we have and what we can do with it.
Yeah, thank you everyone. Minister, you will have the closing remarks. Most importantly, going back to the exploration strategy, when are you gazetting it?
Come again. Now the exploration strategy has been approved. We're working with the Mineral Council on that. We took a conscious decision to work with the Mineral Council in drafting the strategy, because we dropped to below 1% in terms of the global investment in exploration. Now, the strategy that we're having is that we should, within a reasonable space of time, we said 5 years, we must move to about 3 to 5% of global investment in exploration. And our view is that it is doable, we can do it, we must support the emerging mining companies so that small-scale mining must be interested in exploration and we grow it. And one of the issues that we developed the strategies was to send a clear signal that South Africa is a place to invest in. We're endowed with minerals, we must go and look for them. For example, the Northern Cape remains almost a virgin in terms of exploration. It has plenty sun and wind, but we have weak transmission in the Northern Cape, which limits the ability of the Northern Cape to be competitive in the energy space. So all those issues are on the table for discussion, but ideas of everybody are welcome. People must bring the ideas. The easiest thing is to criticize and insult. But when you bring ideas, you are making a very good contribution in changing the world. So South Africa is open for investment. The exploration strategy is now gazetted. We'll use it. And it's not a departmental exploration strategy. We've worked with the sector to develop that strategy.
All right, thanks everyone for making time. I'm told the president is about to address us, but thank you, my fellow panelists, for coming through. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I must go and see your mind.
Wonderful. May we invite you? We'll write you off.
Where is it?
west of Rustenburg. Rustenburg, near the pillar.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
How far is it from Sun City?
Close, 20 minutes. Yeah, that's Florida.
There's another one which is the Western Plateau. No. The other one.
Northern is a bit further north.
No. Northern is far.
I'm sure it's Philansburg Platinum Mine. It's called Teddy Bear or the company, but the mine is called Philansburg Platinum.
Let me tell you, one of the things I do as a whole is really